Hello and greetings to you, viewer from across the tubes. I am Gnarly Quack. Got to say my own name there. Well, although it's not really my name, as I was about to say, my friends and enemies call me Carl. And once again, I am working on Dr. Strangetest today, and that is my testing framework for PHP. And I'm basically going to pick up where I left off yesterday. And well, where did I leave off yesterday? Well, I basically have, I think, a fully functional and operational diff algorithm for all the use cases we want to. I have a couple more tests I want to do, but the file where I have all that implemented, or the module, I guess, depending on your viewpoint, is a bit of a mess, and I was just started to clean that up yesterday. And I made this note at the beginning of the stream that you don't really ever, I feel like, want to refactor just for refactoring's sake. You definitely want to refactor with a purpose. And I feel like maybe I kind of lost the bubble or something, or started missing the forest for the trees yesterday, and wondering what to do next. And so I don't know if I want to go into kind of a rant or a soapbox about why one should refactor. I think I may just want to get into the code and start working on it. But essentially, in doing that sort of refactoring, I think it's important to keep in mind what is the actual goal of refactoring, and as opposed to just refactoring for refactor's sake, because I feel like otherwise it could easily turn into busy work, and you're wondering, ooh, how many parameters should I be passing around, or should I pull this out into another function, or blah blah blah. And it's like, if you don't have an actual goal or a reason for doing that, you probably shouldn't be doing that. So I'll try and keep that in mind. Maybe I'll just get into the code instead of lecturing and ranting. Get into the code and try and keep that in mind, and maybe point it out. So let us get into the code. I guess that's going to be here in Dr. Strangetest. And I think I left things off where I was working on formatting. And so what I want to do, I think, right now is I'm just going to kind of park that. And let's just call this formatting. And let's just go ahead and commit that. I'll just call this work in progress. And let's go back to the diff branch. And let's just make sure we're all working. It looks like we are. And I'm once again going to have to keep an eye on my little Nuck, make sure it doesn't get too tired out on me and end the stream. But, so we're... I want to type a doctor there, but anyway, and we'll get into the diff algorithm. And the one thing I was kind of messing around is I have like a get line position, and there's kind of two places where I'm doing this. Excuse me. But they're working slightly differently, and I tried to sort of fix it in one place where it turned out it didn't work, but I have a feeling I was probably doing it in reverse order of what I should have done. But actually, I do want to take a look at that, but there's another thing I want to take a look at, where I have these comparators to sort of abstract out whether we're doing a less than or greater than comparison when generating a diff, and then we have the actual function itself where we actually build the diff. And the fact that we've abstracted out the actual comparison going on there means we can use the same logic regardless of whether we're doing a less than and greater than. But I have some use cases here where we're comparing strings that I don't think I have adequate testing for. But the point being, I have this interface, or this method here called diff extra values, which is working properly for the case of arrays, if we're diffing two arrays or comparing two arrays together. But I have a feeling it's probably not going to work for strings, and I feel like this is a function we could work for that could also work for handling extra values in strings. But in order to do that, I think I'm going to need to throw these extra tests there and just see how it's working. So I've been throwing all these tests right now into my file for testing assertions, and I'm not sure that's the best place to put them. I guess I don't want to obsess too much about where I'm putting tests, I suppose, other than someplace completely random and nonsensical. But I kind of feel like I could make my life a little bit easier if I was testing against the diff algorithm directly as opposed to going through the assertions. So I think I may do that. And so I guess to start off here, let's get into my tests. And this is going to be in test diff. Oops. I suppose I should specify an actual directory. I'm a little bit confused. I think this might just be a test of like making sure my basic diff algorithm is working. But then this is now, and maybe I could do away with those. I'm not sure. I feel pretty good about my algorithm working, although there's some tests or some changes I was making that I think caused tests in those to fail. So I don't know. As long as we're running them, might as well keep them around. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to move test loose formatting to test equal. And maybe this is instead test diff equals, equal or equals. Just call that test equal. And then we'll also move test strict to test diff identical. And so basically, I guess what I'm thinking about is maybe just have a file that tests diff for each one of our operators here, which would be, well, I guess 6. Because right now I'm basically just kind of testing identical and equal. And these sort of new tests that I need, I've been throwing into my tests of the assertions. But I think this is probably a better way to do it. So let's maybe just back out there. Okay. So I guess I'll just go in there and make these files right away. And maybe what I'll do is I'll just to test diff less. So that seems like it would be a good start. So let's pull up test grader, I guess. Might still want this assert diff. So let me see what I have in here for tests. I guess just to be weird, I will go make sure all my braces are look okay. So what I want to let's I can maybe come back through here. Actually, let's not. So let's go to edit tests, test assertions. So we have class test assert grader, and let's just throw actually do want this in here. Test array less than array. Yep, it's me. Hello, Basin. How are you today? I am back at it. Array versus object. Okay, so I'm going to just move these. Oops. Are you in school right now, or I'm doing well, actually. I'm doing well. I had a nice evening last night after I got off the stream. I met some friends and enjoyed the evening out. At the end of August, I don't know how many nice days we have left here in Chicago, so it's nice to get out and enjoy them. And I got a reasonably on-time start today with my stream, so we'll see what happens. Oh, okay, nice. I guess we have a vacation coming up, although it's only one day. So I'm just going to replace all these with... Oh, like a summer break. What's the problem with doing that is nice. Yeah, it's the same here. School's about to get back at it. So I'm just, I need to bump all my functions in because I think I'm just going to keep these as functions. But because I have formatting in here, I don't want to lose. This is kind of a finicky process. But did you do anything exciting for your break? Like do any traveling or go with the parents anywhere? Or did you just basically hang out and relax? Right, right. I mean, but did you like over your 9 weeks, did you do anything exciting? So let's just see what this gives us. That's good too. Oh, I'm in oh, well, I guess I need to all right. I just need to at the very least prevent name conflicts in all my files here. So we have less. Or less equal. This is a little bit finicky here. All right, so let me just make sure. Oops. So we have compare greater, compare greater equal, compare less equal, compare equal, compare identical. All right, let's see if I can get some tests to run now. Yes, I can. You know, I will say that is not a summer to complain about. I think a lot of people, maybe it's more of a U.S. thing, a lot of people get summer jobs and work. And if you're able to just kind of enjoy the summer and relax, I think that's preferable, to be honest. Oh, okay. Yeah. But there's a phrase I like, all things in moderation, including moderation. So a little bit of work, a little bit of relaxation. Maintain the balance. Okay. So this all works the way I want it to, it looks like. And I guess we'll just take this out. And then we don't need to test this. And we don't need to test that. But we do want to test that. And I guess we don't actually want to test that. Test array, I guess this would be less than object. Whatever sense that makes. So the comparisons I want us to, so we're doing a greater than. And so that can actually go out. It's just for running tests. So right here, these tests that I'm writing, I'm using the framework to test itself. So if you're familiar with Python, there's well, Python ships with that testing framework. I think it's just called unit test. I'm probably going to have to, like this here. So it's basically a framework just, I mean, not just like this, but it's the equivalent sort of thing. So it's, you know, in fact, some original inspiration for this is, I think there's like test.py or PyTest. I don't know what their website is. And let me get the fan onto my computer here. But so basically, it's just a framework that discovers your tests and runs them. So kind of like unit tests, it's structured a little bit differently. It's kind of more like PyTest, where like in unit test, you need to actually subclass from like a test case class, whereas PyTest will just, as long as basically your files and your tests begin with the word test, it automatically discovers them and runs them. So it's basically that, and like the popular one in PHP is PHP unit. So this is basically what everybody uses. So I guess you could see it as sort of an alternative to this. But that's basically what it is. It just works a little bit differently. Kind of similar to PyTest, it automatically discovers things that file. So you'll notice like my test directories and test files all begin with the word test. And so it automatically finds those, and then it actually then parses the files themselves, looking for functions and classes and methods that also begin with the word test. But I've also, you know, like Python has decorators, PHP 8 added attributes, so you can also tag instead of, now this is something I added I think on stream here, but now you could just tag this as a strange test attribute test, and so now this will be discovered. Now the framework will also find this as a test, assuming anybody can spell strange test, which I can't spell my own framework there. So that's what it is. It's just a test framework. And the actual thing I've been working on lately is, you know, if you get a failure, you get some sort of message, and usually it's formatted as like a diff. And so now I'm just working on sort of improving the output. So one of the things I've done is I have a type-aware diff algorithm. So if you do different types of comparisons, like greater than or equal than or identical, it's aware of the types, and so it'll generate a correct difference based on the types of values that you're comparing to each other. So if you ever end up coding in PHP and you need a test framework, don't forget about this one. But everybody seems to use PHP unit, so. Let me actually close up some tabs here. Okay, so there's a couple of things I want to do with strings here. So what is my failure here? One, right? Oh, yeah, okay. This is exactly what we expect. So I guess in order to test what I want to test, I would have to So right, I guess the weird thing is that's okay. I'm really only doing this project in PHP, I guess, because I've actually been working not continuously, but the code goes back maybe 10 years or more, and it was just a project I was kind of working on when I was programming PHP professionally. And I've sort of just come back and occasionally revisited it and kind of kept it up to date. Um, but now, just as kind of a starter project to see how I like streaming or to get started streaming, and also just to kind of have a portfolio. I'm like, well, this project has been sitting there and I've never really devoted the time to make it like a 1.0 release. So, yeah. Well, this started out very object oriented, but as you might know from watching me, I haven't really been doing object oriented, and that's deliberately. Yeah, I don't know if the project takes off. I guess once it's feature complete, which is kind of what I'm doing here, I want to get all the features done. Really, I think maintaining it should be fairly minimal because it's not the sort of thing where I'm changing a lot of stuff. But it's like if a new feature gets added, or like even right now in my test matrix, I have some failing tests for PHP 8.2, which hasn't been released yet. So let me just go private for a second. To make sure I'm logged into GitHub, which it looks like I am. But in my test matrix here, I'm failing on PHP 8.2, but if I look at the failures, oops. It looks like fairly small things. So I feel like it's the sort of thing where if it doesn't take off, which it probably won't, a lot of the stuff I've learned doing it is still stuff I've learned. And if it does take off, it should be fairly minimal work to keep it maintained. So that's kind of my thinking with it. So what was I doing here? I guess what I was saying, so right, one is less than I haven't heard that one, but I like it. Although I'm also not on Instagram and on GitHub, so I guess there's something to it. So I guess the thing I wanted to test, to make sure the framework is handling, is this string is less than this string, right? So oh, did you follow me on GitHub too? I haven't like I don't even see where. Oh, I guess I do have 2 followers. Okay. Well, thank you. So what was sorry, when is not so what are we getting for the stiff here? I wonder if that'll get me hired. Maybe I'll put that in my resume. Essentially 2 million Instagram followers. Well, I guess this is what I want to test. So this test here is we're testing a longer string that's less than a shorter string. So that is we're in greater than, right? Yeah, I think that's the dream for a lot of people that are streaming or trying to have like a social media presence, and if it happens, I'm not gonna not let it happen, but I don't think anybody should get started thinking they're gonna become the next Dr. Disrespect or something. Especially doing programming streams. So I also want to test, so I have this test knocked out. Now I want to test shorter. Is less than a longer string. That's a good point, and I agree with you. And I'm not really also streaming to get, if I build up a community or followers, like I said, that's cool. But it's also not the core reason I'm streaming either. Like I'm just kind of streaming to, I don't know. I guess just it's kind of weird like watching videos of yourself doing something, but I think it's also like educational, and it kind of makes you impartial and think about these are things I could do better or different ways I could approach something. And so one of the reasons I kind of am going down the coding path I am today is after sort of watching yesterday's video, I was like, got the feeling I got kind of derailed, and it's like, okay, well, remember like I said at the very beginning of my stream, if you're going to be doing, which I don't know if you're here for, but if you're going into like code to refactor it, it's very easy to just kind of not have a goal where you're just refactoring because it's like, oh, I need to refactor this, but you really need And I think that's just turns into busy work and a waste of time. It's like if you're going to go in and refactor or change a piece of code, there should always be an end goal in mind. So you know, like you know what you're doing, but also you know when you're done. And you can say, this is fine, time to move on. And I feel like yesterday I kind of lost the plot in terms of, okay, well, why am I changing this? And so after watching yesterday's video, that kind of became clear to me. And so now I'm sort of trying to keep that in mind as I code today. And I don't know if it's something I would have been aware of if I had just, I guess, not thought about it or watched myself coding. So anyway. So where I am starting off today is I have some additional tests I want to do for string comparisons, because I think some of these are going to fail. And it's going to reveal some more changes I need to make in my code. So now I want to test a short string that is less than a longer string. So let's change this one to 2, or to 1. And this will be 2, 3, 4. So I think we want three. And that should be right. Is this what we got? Yeah. So yeah, that's important to know. I guess I'm the same way. I don't well, I live in a big city, so I don't even need a car, although a car would be nice. But being able to travel, take a vacation, there's having enough money, I guess, where you don't really need to worry about money, and that would be a nice place to be. Which also doesn't need to be a ton of money. Yeah. So yeah, if you live in a big city, it helps. It definitely helps. Well, not just being a big city. It's less being a big city and more in a place that has reliable public transportation. I'm a huge proponent of public transportation, so as long as I can get around on that, I would much prefer to not have a car. Because yes, it also saves a lot of money here. You don't have insurance, you don't have payments for the car, you're not paying for gas. So everybody's freaking out about gas here, and it's like I have no idea how much gas costs because I don't have a car. So the fact that let me just run this test to make sure. Yeah, so I guess I'm not sure how I want to format this, right? That might be fine. Yeah, I think that's the same here. Gas pretty much doubled in price, I think. Maybe not quite doubled, but so this is one thing I'm not sure about. I feel like wow, okay. Well, I guess it's good to know it's not only in the US that things are getting so expensive. Not that it's good that it's happening, but to begin with, but at least it's not just us. Well, I think it's tough everywhere. I without getting into too much of a political rant, like I feel like even the American economy is only working for relatively few people. Income inequality in the U.S. is, I think, been at record highs for a decade or so. So it's like the economy is recovering, but most people aren't. It seems like jobless recoveries and stuff. But anyway, so this is a situation that can happen with arrays where a short array is less than a longer array. This can happen with strings, and this is why I wanted to put this test in here to figure out how we want to format this, because it's actually right, this 3, 4 is actually okay here. Yeah, the US is exactly the same. We get our gas from, well, I guess we probably get some from Russia, but also from the Middle East. So, all right, so test longer string is less than a shorter string. Test shorter string less than longer string. And then we want to test shorter string with test, I guess we want to say test a common shorter string. So what we're talking about here is we have 1, 2, and this is also going to be 1, 2. And so what we want is 1, 2, and then 3, I think is what we want. See what we get. So that's actually passing. And that's actually failing. So I guess let's take a look at this. Yeah, I don't know how much how much oil the U.S. gets from Russia. I probably should know that. Probably more than it seems. It's probably something the newspapers don't talk about because, Russia's, at least during the Cold War, was, the bad guys. So, so we have diff here. And so what is happening on... So this is unequal values. So if these are equal, we just copy the value. So what is happening? We are breaking this. So this is a greater than comparison. We want this to be greater, but it's not. So all right, so we're iterating through all the lines in the string. So from is less than 2, which means we have a bad comparison. And so we delete that. We delete 1, insert 2. So now, I guess this might be... So we still have... No, we're done with from. And this is handling our extra values. So I guess this is actually the case I wanted to see if I could handle. So let's pull this up. So this is what diff extra values, I guess. Well, so I feel like I need to know what happened here. Right, because if there's actually a difference here. What am I doing? Test greater? Right, there's a difference here. The reason why string 1 is less than string 2 is because of this extra part. And so we need to know the common parts of the string were equal. So this is what's different, and this is the exact opposite of an array. But in here, right, the extra part of the string doesn't matter. Because the string is decided, and I guess that's what makes this diff format a little bit bizarre. Because we're saying, oh, this 3, 4 is okay, which it is, because this is what decides it. Even though these things aren't in this original string. So where do I want to do this? Equal... All right, so I guess if it's if equal, I think this is essentially going to boil down to if we're still equal, insert value. Otherwise, oops. We just want to copy the value, and that's going to be state diff, I guess. Key values 2, show key, and pause. So I think that handles that. It does. Okay. So was there another case? We're in greater. So we have a test of a longer string that's less than a shorter string that's less than a longer string, and then a longer string or a shorter string that's less than a common string where the common parts are equal. So should we expect any different output if we do a less than or equal? I guess maybe a better test of this would be 2, 1. And actually, this is strictly greater, right? So this is making me think this isn't correct either. But I feel like that means something screwy is going on to compare values. Because compare values shouldn't be saying that equal values are okay here, I feel like. Or no, wait, I guess, what am I doing? If I say I need to check if equals okay, right? Yeah, if okay, so that is what is going on here. And compare equal okay. And thus we want to assert that it's less than or equal to 0. Was it equals okay? Guess so. All right, so test shorter string less than, this is 195. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do result equals so if, oops, what did I do there? Result equals 0, and this, then that's okay. Otherwise, we want to assert that result is less than 0. Equal is going to be result equals 0, and then we want to delete and insert. So now we should only have one failure, I believe, except we don't. Oh, well, yeah, okay, so this should be 2, and one, 1 needs to be made less than 2, and 3, and 4, right? Okay, so now here, 1 needs to be made less than 1, right? And 2, yeah, okay. Right, so we're saying 1 and 2. Hmm. So this is also a little bit different than comparing arrays because again, this is like an or. Like one of these need to be so it doesn't matter that this is added, right? So I'm wondering if the right answer is well, 1 and 2 need to be made greater than 1, 2, 3. This, which I guess the only change here then would be instead of insert, this would be comparison insert value. Which if I save this is what we'll get. So I guess I'm glad I ran these tests. So now it says shorter string less than longer string. So maybe we do the same sort of thing here. Where string 2 is this, maybe 2. What if we just make string 2, 2, 2? What we get. or no, we were talking, we want that to be 1. First one, yeah, 1, 3, so let's do this, 1, 3, 5, and, because 3 is less than 2, so let's do that. So what do we expect? We expect 1 and 3 need to be made, greater than 1 and 2. Is that what we're saying? I think so. No. Oh, right, yeah. Actual is 5. Okay. So I think that's a good test. Now, let's pull up diff greater equal. And actually, we'll pull these out. Shows description equal arrays. Array less than array, array greater than array, longer, shorter, object, string. I guess that's it over there. I wish there was a nicer way to do this formatting where I didn't have to worry about this. So let's see what we have here. This should actually be okay, so we can delete that. Test array less than array. Test array greater than array. That's not a problem. That's also not a problem. That we want to test. Test array less than object, right? Is that what we call it over here? Yeah, array less than object. Well, string greater than string is fine. So what are the tests I have over here? I guess I should make sure, because basically these are going to be largely the same tests. But we're going to have a little bit different formatting. So test arrays isn't the test array less than array, right? In this case, we're saying these ones aren't okay, but here that one is okay. So test short array, same thing. Right. Here, it's just a problem that 1 and 2 are added, but if we take those away, 3 and 4 and 5, but here it's saying not only do these need to go away, but something needs to be increased. So that is good. Array less than object, that should be no change. Test think these I want to replace. Test longer string, test shorter string. So these I want to replace. I guess that's the only test I have there. Test. So what we're saying here is 1 is okay. I think that's what we're saying there, and we're saying here 2 is okay. And what we're saying here is 1 and 2 are okay. Oops. And I've got crashes. Oh, that's right. I need to take public out of here. And we are not in good shape. In fact, everything seemed to fail. Probably because cert greater or equal. Let's try and do the right assertion there. We still have failures. Okay, so test longer string. Oh. Okay. Oh gosh. This is gonna fight me. Alright, where are we here? Equal. Okay, that's all passing. So for these greater tests, I guess we're in good shape with those. Now I need to do the same thing for lesson tests. So let's get up buffer assertions. This is going to be less. Test assert less. Shows description. Okay, so test equal arrays. Test array, less than array. Object versus array. Array versus object. String greater than string. String less than string. So you can delete all those. Paste all that. Bump all this back over. Bump that back over. Bump. Okay, and then we need to delete public. Okay, so test equal arrays. That looks okay. Test array greater than array, okay. Test array less than array, no need to test that. Test, yep, we do need to test that. No need to test this. Test object greater than array. Don't need to test object lesson array. So now we have test. So what did we call these over here? We want to test a longer string that's greater than a shorter string. And this is going to be one. One, and I guess we want the string to be longer. So we'll go 1, 3, right? We want the string to be less, but TW is greater than 3. And we want to test a shorter string that's greater than longer string. And then we also want to test, we're going to need to change this up. Let me just yank it. Test a common shorter string that's greater than. And actually, this was a passing test, which we don't need. Or test that did not fail, I guess. So we want to do a shorter string so we'll go 1, 3, 5, and then test Do I have a serve grader in here anywhere? Okay, so let's just see what we get there. Yeah, well, it's because it's By the way, hi Ernest. Yes, that is because part of that is because it's a test, so I want so I'm writing a test framework, and so the framework uses the name of the function. When a test fails, it uses the name of the function to show you what failed. So in this case, I like having long function names so I know what the test is that's failing. And things get a little crazy with namespaces, so I may want to do something in my framework where if I see something, well, anyway, short of it is I have a long function name so I know what the test is that's failing, because it's being shown as output when I have a failing test. If in my actual code, I guess, my function names tend to not be that long. All right, so test longer string. See, now I can, well, test longer string greater than shorter string. So, but I also have the line number here, so that also helps. Yeah, well, I feel like PHP is very uncommon, but there's a lot of JavaScript programmers, but maybe they're not doing web dev. Maybe they're doing like Node stuff. But this really isn't web dev either, I guess, because it's a testing framework, so it's meant to be run on the command line. So I'm not actually doing like web pages or like server programming. It's just a command line program to test your own code. So it's not really web dev either, but I guess because it's PHP, that's a little bit unusual. Are you PHP programmer? Or are you just kind of bouncing around? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really. I used to work. I'm not a professional programmer now, but I used to be, and I use PHP for to do like web applications. So it's a language I'm most familiar with, but I'm probably a little bit less interested in web developing than I was back when I was doing it. But I've had this project sitting around for a while, so I decided to just kind of pull it out and finish it and see and try streaming. Yeah, well, if you want to know procedural PHP, that's my framework is I'm not really I know object-oriented programming, but I'm not really a big fan of it. So my framework is fairly procedural. So um, I guess if you hang out or you don't even need to watch the stream, I guess you can just go look at the code base. I have my GitHub link in on my profile, but yeah. I don't know if that's at all helpful. All right, so this is we want one and two. Oh no, two. So that needs to be made less than 1 and 3, and that's 3. Is that what we're getting? I guess I should probably sort out my error. What's my error? So that's an actual error in my code. So what I'm working on right now, if you're still there, Ernst, is if you're familiar with like testing frameworks, you make like an assertion, and if the test fails, you'll right the framework is going to have to format some sort of output to let you know. So this is to let you know why the test failed. So basically, I'm comparing these two strings. I want this string to be greater than this string, but that test fails. So this is the message I get saying, right, I wanted actual, where string 1 is actual and string 2 is a minimum. That's just the signature for this assert greater function, which is provided by the framework itself. And so this is the message it shows you saying, okay, you actually gave me, and I don't know, it helps to know how to read a diff. I don't know how familiar with reading diffs, but this is saying greater than is actual and plus and less than is minimum. So this is saying 1 and 3 are an actual, and they need to be made greater than 1 and 2, which is a minimum. And that's just marked by 1 and 2 need to be made less than, and 1 and 3 need to be made greater than. And then this part 5 in the string you gave us was actually okay. So I'm just working on this formatting to give hopefully informative messages for when a test fails. And I'm actually using the framework to test itself. So this is basically right how the framework. I just write a test that starts with the name test, and that's how my framework finds your tests. And then it just runs this function, and it has format. You can already see this is a formatting, but I got an error because of formatting, or not an error, but a failed test because the formatting doesn't match what I wanted it to be. What I actually got was different from what I wanted. So that's what I'm working on now, just working on making these failure messages look like I want them to be. But I have some sort of bug in my code here, so let's go take a look at that. So undefined array index 2. Yes, that makes sense. Oh, and I guess I knew this. So this is going to be... So let's just get this to pass. Min is going to equal min of from length and to length. So we want that to be less than min. So I think that'll at least solve the error. But let's see what else that breaks. That breaks other things. So compare less is everything in compare less. Everything is in compare less, it looks like. All right, so let's 154. So we got one. Oh, right. Okay, so that test passes. So 166 did not fail. Expected to catch. Oh, I guess it would help if I name those strings correctly. So now that should fail because the message doesn't look like we want. So we want 1 and 2 to be less than 1, 3. This could be a little wonky. I don't think that's going to pass. So we actually got... Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. And 5 is fine, I guess. Is that what we were saying in greater? Yeah. So that's consistent. So we want 1 and 2 to be greater than 1 and 3, and 5 is fine. Okay, and then we have... What do we have? We have... This needs to be less. 1 and 2. And I think we're saying... Okay, I'm having a hard time reading this. So we're saying 1 and 2. One and 2 need to be made less than 1 and 2. And 3 is okay. Right, is this what we're getting? No. 1 and 2. Oh, I need to change my... Oh, and I need to, okay. Max max, so actual is minus, that needs to be, right? Okay, so now does this make sense? I feel like it is the 3 is not the problem here, right? Like by changing 1 and 2, we could make that match. And what did we do in greater? We said of course that's inconsistent, I feel like, with so maybe I need to rethink that, right? The only problem here is, right, in this case, is that if we took away the 3, this would be fine. So I actually wonder, that should be, oh, I guess that should be that. Which is the exact opposite of what I guess I said a few minutes ago. And here, I guess we're saying that should be that. Right, the 3 also is not the problem. It's that 1 and 2 are not, like, if we change any of those to be greater than 1 and 2, that's fine. And that's what we're saying here. Now I'm going to have some breaking tests. The 2 I just changed back in greater. So before I go in and fix that, though, let me throw in my last 2 cases here, which will be for less than and equal. So equal arrays, greater than array, less than array, longer array, shorter array, object versus array, array versus object, string greater than string, string less than string. So move those out of there. Put all these in there. Let's move all this over. Whoops. Is that the end? Do I have anything else? Where did I start here? All right, so That's already moved over. So is that. I guess I totally screwed myself up here. Okay. So equal raise is not a problem. Array greater than. Array less than we don't need to test here. Array greater, that's a problem. Short array is less, that does not need to be tested. Test object is greater than array, which means an array is less than an object. So we want actually buffer less. So where are our string tests? I feel like I just want to drop all these in here. Test shorter string. So this is going to be less or equal. So this is going to be less than or equal. Less than or equal. And so here we are saying since equal is okay, it is okay that 1 and 1 are the same, but we want 2 to be less than 3. And same thing here, it's okay that 1 and 1 are the same, but we want 2 to be less than 3. And the same thing, this is okay. Oops. But actual have 3. I guess that is what we are saying. And compare less equal. So that is failing. This one here is failing, and compare greater equal. So this is failing here. So this is all common string, common string. So the handling of common strings is what's all failing. I guess I might take a little break, go refill my water. And I finished my coffee, so I guess I might brush my teeth too. So, yeah, I guess I'll grab a short break. Guess I'll give myself I'll give myself 6 minutes. And okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, well, I decided against brushing my teeth because I'm going to have a banana. So I don't know if anybody's still hanging out in chat, if Ernest moved on or not, but did anybody have any questions about anything I was working on, or any specific questions about maybe PHP if you're learning PHP? Thing with a banana, unlike pretzels or crackers, is it's kind of hard to just, once you get started on a banana, you might as well just finish it. But I guess I will try to do exactly that. So what is going on here is, let's see now. So I guess I changed my mind on that. Is that what I'm saying? So now I only have 2 failures. Which is better than 3 failures. And let me now take a look at, so is it diff extra values? Is that what I called these methods? Okay, what is exactly failing here? I think it, so this is a common shorter string. So we've run out of from, right? I guess I should just pull up the test. We're testing what, less? This is in, no, this is in greater. But this is in less equal. On 172. Oh, this is what did I do here? This should be a common longer string is greater than shorter string. And I guess this is a common longer string is greater than shorter string. Did I get that right in greater? Yeah. Okay, so let's, oops. That shouldn't change anything, but just make it clear what's going on there. So this string is longer. What this test is testing, right? The common parts of the string are equal, but this string is going to be greater than the other string because it's longer. The same thing here, right? Except in this case, what's different here is because equal is okay, these are okay, but this extra 3 here is the problem. And the difference here is that 1 and 2, like the 3 doesn't really matter because the 1 and the 2 need to be greater. So that's what we're saying there. So, and what is our failing test cases now? So, in greater we actually got a plus. So I guess I made that change where I said I think all I need to do is change that. And that will make that one test case pass. No, that'll make a bunch of other test cases fail. Did I change that in the right place? Yes. Then equal. So now what did I mess up? This is in greater. In 157. So we actually got a 3. All right. No, we did. That was a bad change we made. So 1 and 2 need to be made less than 1 and 2, and 3. I guess it's not really if they're. I guess it's equal and equals okay. Then that's an insert. Now we have right? This is going to boil down to if well, the cheating way would be, if I can figure out how to type this, instance of greater than comparator. It's going to be 1, else it's going to be the other. So if we want to be, what is this, delete value, will that get it right? That needs to be instance of. So why isn't this, oh, is this supposed to be not equals okay? So we are getting just 3. Oh, because, right, this seems to be, I think I basically put this in the wrong place. So if equal, so what did I have here? Down to 1 failing test still, right? Now, if equal and equals okay, so it's going to be the up here if, same thing basically, and equals okay. Else, and this is going to be delete, I believe. Okay, so that is what we need to do. But now I am wondering, so what was it, diff extra values? So I guess this logic isn't actually. Hmm. So I guess the difference here is. What's this test? Where are we in greater? Shorter array is less than a longer array. So I guess the difference between here and a string is a short array is it's always right. These extra elements are always going to be a problem. But in equals, that is the only problem. But in strictly greater, that's not the only problem. You've got to get rid of those and change one of those. And that is somewhat opposite from a string where the extra part is actually not a problem if it's strictly greater because you can change any one of these two and fix it. Whereas in equal, that is a problem. And right, it's also not, that logic is also not dependent on the type of comparison we're doing. And this can go away because that's the only other option. So there really isn't anything to abstract away here. So I guess that's fine. Okay, well, I guess that was informative. So let me see here. I guess that takes care of those notes because I actually had notes to do those tests. And let me, as long as I'm looking at my notes. Um, let me just see what's going on with the array key formatting. That all looks okay, I guess. Except indenting is not. We're not indenting correctly, it looks like. Oh no. I guess we shouldn't be. Okay, so I guess I'll leave that alone for now. What else did I have here? So I guess I won't quite check that off. All right, so what I think I'll do next is, well, maybe I should commit that. Okay, just all the tests here. Did I not? Okay, let me quit out of here. Okay, I did add everything. Okay. Analyze. Okay, so next thing I want to do is just get line position. So yesterday I was looking at this because there's another place in the code where I'm essentially doing the same thing. I'm kind of doing this everywhere. But the way that code works, well, the short of it is I think I went the wrong way. I tried to make the other code work the way this code, and I think I should make this code work the way the other code works, because that is a more general case. And this is here in build diff, where it takes into account from and to moving independently. And I guess in order to get that function to work, it's going to be something like we're going to take from, current from index, the current to index, the length of from, and the length of to, and like the current line that we're interested in. So if we care about, and this I think might be like basically like a bit string. So this is going to be something like diff line from, and that's going to be 1. Diff line 2 is going to be, and then diff line both is going to be diff line from, word with diff line 2. So essentially this is going to be which equals both lines. Then if from equals 0 and 2 equals 0, we're going to return start. Otherwise, if from equals from length minus 1 and 2 equals to length minus 1, we're going to return the end. Otherwise, it's the middle. I guess what's kind of mildly obnoxious about this is right, we basically have our 3 cases are in a certain sense, I guess this isn't even, that'll be that. Boy, which, and this ends up being diff line from, right? It's essentially going to be this, except we're going to check only 2, or from, actually. Otherwise, it's going to be that. So I just wonder if there's a way to maybe compress this down. I guess one way I could maybe do that is also make the position also have this be a bitwise string. So this would be, I guess I don't really actually need to and actually end would be Arg. Wow, I guess middle would be 0, which would be indistinguishable from none, but then that means, right, result now would be diff position, I guess none. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So if we have, so now this basically goes to that. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. And then this is if which a namespace diff line 2, then results is going to just do that. And then we'll return the result here. And I guess that's going to be which, that's going to be, oh, what, to length, from length, to, and I suppose instead of calling this f2, I should call that t length. So from to, from length, to length, and which. So now if I got this working again, so this is going to be from to, from length, to length, and this is going to be diff line both. And this is going to be from to, from length, to length, and this is going to be diff line from. It's also going to be from to, from length, to length, and namespace diff line 2. This is going to be from to, from length, to length, diff line both. From to, from length, to length, diff line. I guess this is from. This is going to be 0 from length to length, diff line 2. And this is going to be from 0 from length to length, diff line from. So let's see what that does for us. Horrible, horrible breakages. I guess this should be. Where we're sort of masking off stuff, so I guess we should start with the position start or the position end. I guess that's kind of what we're saying. So I get what you're complaining about their PHP stand, but I guess I don't know. Just to I won't really be able to do that, but this is going to be. Well, that's going to break a bunch of. That's going to break all my other stuff. So can I make this 1, 2, or 3? So you're failing on the analysis there because if this is 1, 2, or 3, then unless I've screwed up my. Guess I can just assert result greater than equals 0 and result less than equal 2. Okay, that actually works. Amazing. I wonder if there's a way to code that so PHP Stanley gets a little bit happier. But now as a result of that, I think I can now use that in here. However, however, this gets a little tricky, and that is what was throwing, well, part of what was throwing me off yesterday is we actually, right, if you're going to step through the characters in a string, normally you go from 0 up to the length of the string minus 1. But because of how we're building this matrice, we're actually stepping from, well, 0 up to the length of it because they're sort of filling in this row. And I guess, right, in the algorithm here, when we actually hit 0, we're done. But the implication being we're actually starting from an index. From and to are starting from an index outside of the range of the string. The point of that being, like, this logic can otherwise work. But I guess there's two things I can do. I can just subtract from the index when I pass them in, or I can change this algorithm to work so that these just start and go from, you know, sort of cycle through the correct ranges. So, right, the algorithm is basically, right, you slide either left or right while you have an equal number, and then when you get like into a corner here, you jump diagonal. And my algorithm's tweaked a little bit, so let's say you're sitting here. Basically, if this and this are both less than that, we want to go diagonal. Of course, this assumes sort of a binary operation here. So what my algorithm does is it says, okay, if these are less, and this, you know, if these are less and these two, and the two values are equal, then we slide. But since we can have a partial match on stuff, if these aren't equal, then we have a choice. We could either still slide or go left or up. And so, right, what do we do here? Yeah, basically we then check, okay, essentially we're saying if these are equal, we always want to slide. Otherwise, you want to take the path of least resistance. If these are both less, if these are still both less than where we are, or no, we're saying if this, right, actually it's simpler than that. If these are equal, we slide. If this is less than this, then we go. Otherwise, we go whichever direction. Right, if this and this are less, we have some sort of partial match, I guess. And then we basically recursively diff. And then what do we do? And then we actually slide this way. Yep, these are equal. If this is equal, we slide. Otherwise, yeah, okay. Actually wonder, well, anyway. So yeah, if these are equal, then we slide. If they're not equal, but these are still like left and above are still less, then we do a subdiff because we have like a partial, right? We didn't match, but it's still we had something in common here, so we do like a subdiff. Otherwise, we go whichever direction has the highest number, right? If so this is from and this is to. So if this is higher than that, then we go left. Otherwise, we go up. So if this is higher than that, we go that way. Otherwise, if that is higher than that, then we go that way. Otherwise, yeah, if these are both less. Okay, so that makes sense. So I think, well, I suppose the first thing I could just do is this is just going to be f minus 1, t minus 1, f length, t length, and this is going to be match or diff line both. Actually, we don't even need to do that. I guess we could just move that down here. So let's just see if that one little change kept everything in good order. I guess this is coming off the edit. Okay, so this is from 2. This is from, wow, that ended up being so much easier than I thought it was going to be. Guess I just wanted to yank that, and then this is also from. And this is going to be 2. I think that's it. So let's see how that works. Sweet. And now, as a result of that, right, am I even using count anywhere? Basically, I don't need this I anymore, right? The only reason now I have this is to pass into Yeah, I don't need I or count anymore. Nor do I need to return it any longer. I guess that means I need to update my signature here. That will cause some breakages. That's okay. Now I can sort out what I can delete locally. So let's work backwards. Oh, I need to change the return signature here. All right, so now 1719 is very unhappy. And I guess we don't need count now. Where's this in here? Format diff. Well, that's quite nonsensical. What did I do there? Deleted a little too much. Okay, so that clears that out rather nicely. I think the other thing I decided I wanted to do was just pass the state into this comparator. That will make life a little easier. Okay. So what that means is we no longer need the array here. Because we will just add it on there. Same thing with here. No longer need the state there. Because this will be come out this now. Actually, I guess these are all this. And then this will be fingers want to try and spell state faster than I can actually type it, I guess. So, um, then we don't need the state here. So up here now we need to pass in the state. Well, declaration of greater than I guess I need to update that. Okay. 17, 18. Eighteen, 1677. Seems like a lot of errors for the amount of changing I had to do, but okay. So I'm happy with that. Except this assert here to make PHP Stan happy. I am going to I guess put middle there, and I know this is going to make a certain version of PHP unhappy, so let's find out which version that is. This is 5.5. And I kind of want to pull these diff positions out too. I don't know. I find a little like I enjoy or appreciate what PHP Stan is trying to do there, but at the same time, I find it a bit janky to have to define a class just to define some constants. And I guess the way to make that I guess the easiest way to make PHP Stan happy here is just to say I return an int. Which is probably what I'm going to do. So what happened? All right, well, guess I won't do that. Was not expecting it to be so. And I guess that is kind of nice having that analysis there. But right, I can't figure out that if I pass in 1 or 2 or 3 in here, I can only get a 1 or a 2 out, right? Or 0. Right, I can't pass a 0 in, I've said. So one of these has to run. And the fact, right, if it's 1, it's this. If it's 2, it's this. If it's 3, it's both of them. The fact that I'm anding together means we're only going to get start or end out if both of these are start. Or if I set that to start, that's going to go to 1. If that doesn't run, that stays 1. Otherwise, if I come down here and it's something else, right, the only way that's going to say start is if I AND it with itself. Otherwise, it's going to go to 0. So, I don't know. And I don't think PHP stand has any way of recognizing constants other than other than defining them on classes, because otherwise you can't really distinguish a constant name from a class name. This looks like a new page of documentation. Unions, intersection, parentheses, this, generic, class string. Oh, that's new. What version of PHP stand do I have? That's going to be what? Composer? Actually, instead of opening it, let's just 182. Well, hey. Hey there, PHP stand. So let's test this out. This is very exciting. Can you tell how excited I am? So it is skip line position. So fifth line, what if I do that? Just gonna understand it? Nope. So if I do from or diff line 2 or diff line both, what if I do that? Okay, so now do I need this? Probably still, because yeah. Okay. Well, so on the one hand, that's cool. On the other hand, I still can't get rid of my assertion. So there you go. Too bad. And actually, I am now kind of inclined to get rid of this diff position. What is it? Diff position. I guess just for good practice, I'll bump all my constants up to the start of the file here. And I kind of want to So one thing I'm curious about, let's just, well, the problem isn't this, right? Because the problem is that. But anyway. So I guess what I want to do is I want to do diff position and I suppose I should make this an actual, I think that's how it goes? I don't know. With namespace. Wait, am I flaking out now on? Am I not? Okay, namespace. Diff line. Okay. So now we want to do rid of that. Actually, you know what? Actually, with diff line middle. So let's do all that. So I'm going to do name namespace diff line with diff line middle or diff line start or diff line end. Yes, 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 yes. Let's just see if I still have something reasonable there. So I guess not. What's the problem here? Oh, get line. I bet it's a problem here. Yeah. I guess I don't know. Well, let's see if I screwed that up anywhere else. I guess not. Okay. So now I want to change this to diff line first. And I want to change diff line end to diff line last. And okay. I'm happy with all of that. And I want to take one last look down here at, well, no, I guess I already did. This somewhat sort of bothers me that it assumes that these extra values here are at the beginning of whatever we're passing in. So actually, yes, let me take one more look at that. Diff great. So this looks all fine. So I guess the problem is less, well, I guess the thing is right, this isn't really dependent on, right, I was like, okay, this depends on, Well, in some sense, it does depend on, I guess, what kind of comparison we're doing. Uh, because two, right, we can only be generating a difference for unequal arrays when we're doing a greater than or less than comparison. If, well, yeah, if we're in a greater than comparison and two is longer than from, because two will always be greater than. So that is the only way we could be doing this. And I guess to a certain extent, the same thing is here. We could only be right. Are we saying that? So if from is less, or if we haven't gotten to the end of from, then it's either because from and to are either equal and we have extra stuff on from, which is this. Or we had some sort of comparison up here fail, and everything after that comparison doesn't matter. But that could happen. I guess that could happen regardless of, right? The length of the string doesn't really matter in that case. So I guess, I don't know. Part of me really kind of wants to pull that out, but I guess there really isn't any need to. But I mean, I guess in theory, this doesn't really need to be pulled out either. Right, because if 2 is not less than, or is not greater than from, right, if 2 and from are like equal, or this is less, that will just never happen. And then same thing down here. So I don't know. What happens if I just do that? I guess in order to make this work, this is no longer so this would be delete and then add. Not the same thing, apparently. I feel like that is the wrong signature for get line position. So that should be from, to, and from length. Not that that should fix any tests, but oh, this is show subkey. Okay. So I don't know. I guess I'm just inclined to do that then. Seems mildly cleaner to me. All right. Do I actually need this state anymore? I guess I kind of do for for here. Okay. So I guess I feel pretty good about that. I may just commit that. Add. Okay, so with that, it might be time for another bathroom break and another refill of water. And I guess I've been going for what? About 3 hours? I guess I could keep going, but I mean, I don't really have a time limit tonight, like I've kind of had the previous. I guess I didn't really have a time limit yesterday. I just wanted to go out and enjoy the nice day. Well, anyway, either way, I'm going to take a break for a few minutes and figure out what I want to do because I would really like to get this done. And I guess, yeah. So I guess I'll just do bathroom break, refill my beverages, and decide what I want to do. So I'll be back in like 6 minutes or so. was worried I busted my timer there. Well, the next thing I would want to do is take another swack at all this formatting business. I actually suppose as tempting as that is, as I look at my notes here, I should maybe just check these other sort of edge cases and make sure I am handling correctly. Which I guess is what I should do after I have a couple more pretzels. So now, previously, just make sure I don't know, I always get paranoid if I've left myself muted or on the wrong screen or scene or something. Where is this type comparison table? So previously I had made the nope, it does not. It's always one step at a time, Basin, you know? Or a bite at a time. It's I don't know if you've heard that saying, how do you eat an elephant? And the answer is one bite at a time. But previously I made the observation that comparing arrays with different keys is non-comparable. But that's only true if the arrays are of the same length, because there's this code snippet down here about that saying about eating an elephant. Are you asking if I said that because I'm programming in PHP? No, I don't think it has anything to do specifically with PHP. I'd say it's coding in general. It's oh, the logo. I guess I don't understand what you're at. I don't understand what you're referring to by the logo. Oh, oh, yes. Yeah, I know their mascot is the elephant. I totally was whiffing on that. No, I didn't. That's not a PHP specific thing. That's just how do you accomplish a big task, and it's one step at a time. Yeah, I totally forgot that their mascot was the elephant. In fact, I guess you can buy yourself a stuffed elephant, like a stuffed PHP elephant. I do not have one now, so I do not have a. Actually, where'd my turtle? I don't have a rubber duck, but I do have a little. He's kind of full of dust, so let me dust him off. But I do have a little turtle that he sits above me. A little, I don't even know what he is, porcelain or, but he sits there watching over me. And kind of a somewhat of a sad story. I bought this as a gift for someone who I never ended up really seeing again. So I decided I like this turtle myself. So now it's my. Oh, a cat might be a little. A cat might be both better and worse because you can pet a cat, but then a cat always kind of looks at you like you're dumb, you know? Like the cat when you're with a cat, the cat is always the smarter person in the room. Or maybe the smarter animal. And a cat always seems to know when you really want to get work done because that's exactly when they want to sit on your lap or walk on your keyboard. Right, exactly. I grew up with cats. I don't have a cat now, but every time I'd want to do my homework was when the cat wanted to sit on my desk and be pet. And honestly, I can't really argue with the cat. All right, turtle. So, in general, arrays are with different keys are non-comparable, except in the case where the documentation has this little code snippet that this is apparently what array comparison does in the interpreter. And so you'll note that if the arrays are of different length and it doesn't even consider the keys, it just returns basically whichever array is longer is greater. So because of how we're formatting stuff, um, right, like let's pull up a sample code. Uh, actually, so what do we have here? So like right here, and I guess I could just throw this in here. So right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably, yeah. I might go. I don't. I'll see how. I'm probably gonna go for at least another hour, Bazin, and we'll see what happens with these tests. Because I feel like these tests I'm about to do are either gonna fail and I'll get stuck in the weeds, or I may go into working on the formatting stuff I was working yesterday. But I figure I'll be here for about another hour, so yeah, I'm not gonna wrap up in like 20 minutes probably. I'll go for like at least an hour. Or I guess is what I have decided. Cool. Have a nice shower. So I'm curious how this is going to turn out. I guess what I'm expecting is, well, let's just see what happens. Uh, is that what I expected? I guess so, right? It's a loose comparison. So these keys got sorted. Let's just throw this in here. So we're saying that 4 and 1 got removed. Or for the long array to be less than the short array, then 4 and 1 need to be removed. And keys 3 and 2 need to be made less than 0 and 1. Which is kind of nonsense, but this comparison is kind of nonsense, so I guess that's fine. I guess I'm somewhat curious then. Throwing test, longer array. So in this case, I'm curious what happens. Let's just yank this. If 3 goes to 3 and 2 goes to 4. Right, this is saying 4 and 1 need to go away and 3 and 2 are fine. Even though right, and 3 and 2 are fine. So what happens then if we just do that? That should still fail. Oh, that So that is a nonsensical comparison. For which we don't really expect a sensible answer, but of the nonsensical answers we get back, that does not seem like what we would want. In fact, what are we even getting here? Right, we are getting it's saying that's okay. But I guess what is confusing me about that is no, because it's failing. That's very weird what's going on here. Right, this failed. Right, so the failure was this, right? This actually did fail. So the failure occurred on well, I posted this stuff in here, pasted this in here. So that was where the failure occurred. So this is actually failing. But then so what is going on here? We are so let's maybe just run this test case. So this is that. So this is test diff. This is what are we in here? Less equal. And function's going to be that. Oh, I need to put that in quotes. Okay, so that's failing, right? Variable. Can't remember the name of my own functions. So that's saying they're equal. No, wait. What is result? less or equal. Right, this is going to be in the less than comparator. Make sure I'm where I think I am here. From and to are equal. So this could be interesting. Let's var export the let's var export from value equals to value. So they're not. They're non-comparable. So what do we think about that? I suppose if it's neither less than or greater than or equal, we could throw a non-comparable value, like some sort of error. So let's try this. If didn't mean to run the entire test suite. So now I guess that my next question is, it's testing incomparable objects. So and so what happens if one, so this is going to go to, do we have test incomparable objects? So we can actually catch, I guess, the case of incomparable objects. So let's throw this to do in here. Key value and from value are incomparable. Here's that then it appears they are also not equal to each other. At least. So I don't know. I guess it might be worth throwing this into. That's what I get for trying to be clever with class names. Yeah. All right. So I guess this is actually a case we can handle. So instead of 1 minus 1, 0, maybe we return 4 things. And it appears to be consistent behavior, right? So or I suppose we could also say we could also just return -1. What happens if we do that? Do I still have incomparable objects there? So the fact that they're composite values means so 1 and 2, I believe this is going to need to be, right, 1 goes before. How is 2 sorting before 1? Oh, it's because I guess. Oh, well, this is happening because they're different classes, right? So we explicitly check to see if they're different classes. So But then with the incomparable arrays, so because these are loose array, this is a loose comparison, and keys, right, keys should be the same. Well, I guess okay, so one advantage to this, one point of splitting out this value, or saying that they're not comparable, is diff unequal is right. If they match or they're equal and equals okay, then we do that. Right. Or we could sort of flag incomparable as a special case, and then we're just done, right? We just do delete. What wouldn't it be this? It would be a delete and assert. So that might be an advantage to doing it that way. So let's do that. And I guess I'll do interface. These I might actually stick because I already have an interface here. So match okay equals 1. Match bad equals 2. Constant match equals 3, and then and this also makes me wonder if there's any advantage to where do we check if equals okay here? So we do actually here need to know if something's equal versus unequal. So maybe, I don't know, match pass, match fail. And this is match error. Return self match pass. Self match fail. Let's just make a note here. What's the phraseology that PHP uses? Incomparable values. Incomparable. So return self, match pass, match fail. And this will be okay, so that might cause some me and the semicolons once again. So that actually passed static analysis, which is somewhat surprising, but okay. So if result equals comparator match error, I guess we'll just do a delete value, and this is still not going to really fix my formatting issue, but this is going to be state diff from show key, I guess, and insert value 2. Also, this is going to be so that might pass that. That's causing a lot more things to fail than I would have thought. I guess I have more comparative values here. Result equals unequal comparator match equal see what that does for us. Oh no, wait a minute. Result, that is not going to fix the problem. Because we're returning here, if result equals unequal comparator, comparator match equal. Okay, so now we are back. I think to stuff that only should be failing because I was mucking around with it. Where are we? Less? Right, so now we're getting, now we just need to fix that formatting. But then what did we say if we get 1 goes to 1 and then, because it doesn't really matter how many we have there. Yeah, I guess we're just getting, okay. We're getting 1, 3, 2. So I get, so 3 sorts before 2, right? So what if this was 4? I guess that's fine, actually. I guess that's fine. So that's back to passing, right? And so down here, uh, this is what? Incomparable. Well, that is also not the diff I was expecting to get. So we're getting actual is boo. Did I forget to put a Yes, I did. Okay, so expected bar, we got foo, I guess. And then actually this makes me want to put that in there and put that. That makes me want to do that. Which is going to cause a lot of stuff to fail, I think. Yes. So that's a bummer. Because that one case, right, where it's incomparable, we could still have minus plus. So let's go sort that out. So we want, where are we here? 632? So basically we want to replace space and I think max or min. Actually, we want this to just be max. Max width plus greater max. And then we kind of want to do the same thing, except with oh, but okay, let's undo that. We want that to start off the line. And we want to go, oops, that. Do we have any? I guess not, okay. So do we have... And we want to replace that with actual everywhere. I feel like that is not going to. So this is less. So let's try that. I thought I had. I guess that's actually okay. I think that's what I decided. This is what long array. Oh, I forgot. Deleted that by accident. And this is the max situation. Wonder if I should leave that in here. I don't know. Like PHP is saying it's undefined behavior. But it does seem to be consistent. So which maybe means I should add one for non-comparable arrays. which case I guess I would be inclined to throw, I don't know. Well, what else do I have feeling here? Anything? Looks like that's it. And what is this here? This is... And so now our only failure is that. All right, but for less, or where is this less? So I guess I'm inclined at the moment just to comment that out until I get into a position where I have my formatting fixed. So I think we should be passing with that. But I guess the other thing I really, so okay, so let's go, where do I have this actual nested comparison that kind of kicked all this off? Here, I guess. Raise after, so was it longer? What do we get here? Yes, that's what we want. 1 and 2 need to be added. Right, then 2 needs to be made greater than 3. And 4 is okay, right? Is that what we're saying? And greater equal test longer, or this is going to be test short array. So equals okay here. So we're saying 3 is all right. Oh, we're actually saying we're saying 3 is okay, and then we're saying three needs to be made greater than 5, right? Or except swapped. 3 needs to be greater than 5. Or Or no, 3 needs to get greater than 4, and then we have 5 on the end. What did I do up here? I said 3, 3, 5. Let's actually make this the same race. So we're saying 3 and 3 need to be made greater than 3 and 4, and then we have 5 on the end. Okay. So we're going to get the same thing here where 3 and 5 need to be made less than 3 and 4, and then we have a 5 on the end. Okay. So here we're saying 3 is okay, but 5 needs to be made less than 4. Okay. 5 needs to go down, 4 needs to go up. Okay. So that knocks out that. To do. So I guess the question is, am I satisfied with that? What happens if I get really crazy and do this? Sorry, I don't know if the mic picked it up, but I think I just heard a car accident outside. Another downside to living where I am in the big city. So let's just see what happens with that. I'm not sure. I would have thought this would have caused my diff to change. but we're not failing apparently. Hey, Bazin, welcome back. Oh, yep. Well, now I see the wrecked car downstairs. I don't know if you hear, but there was a noise outside that sounded like a car accident, and it doesn't look too bad actually, but traffic is starting to back up. Yeah, I live over kind of a busy road, and I don't know. There's something about the bend right here. I see more accident, or hear them actually more than see them. More accidents that I would care to. So I'm confused why that's not causing my tests to change at all. How was your shower? Feel all refreshed and rested up? Well, let's just throw something. Let's just throw some nonsense in here. I guess that's one way to save water is to conserve waters and not have warm water. So now what in the heck is going on here? Oh, good lord, I forgot. I forgot when I was showing attributes. Okay. Okay, well, I'm glad. I'm glad. All right, so now if I change this to, right, we want to assert. Oh, now I hear the sirens. Really? I mean, Britain gets pretty cold too, doesn't it, in winter? Is that common in Germany too, where people don't get heat in the winter? I'm being distracted by. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a look at this. Give me 1 second. Wow, okay. So there's like a some trees, and that seems to be, I see one car stopped. I guess I'm commentating the accident out in front of my building now, but and then there's like a patch of trees, and it looks like there's more cars stopped there. So I don't know if they were involved in the accident or they're just pulling over to help. But now all the sirens are coming, and traffic's a mess. So, eesh. Oh, just because of inflation going on? Wow. And I suppose the emergency services are trying to come down the same road that traffic is backing up on. Well, wow. I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. My place is small, so also I haven't really been running the air conditioner, but I don't feel like my electric bill has gone up too much, but I also don't have a lot of lights on or run the air conditioner, but heating comes through my building. But I have a bad feeling like my fees for next year are going to go way up. I am not looking forward to that. But I guess that means I don't have a choice on heat because it comes through my building. I have to pay. All right, let's make this slightly easier to figure out what's going on here. Wow. Where am I? Less than object. Okay, so let's, based on my understanding of loose array comparisons, so we want 1 and 2. So 1 and 1 should be less than 1 and 2, right? So this is going to be, oh, because this is strictly less, right? So 1, so let's do 1, 2, 3, 1 and 3. Right, so this is going to be standard class. No, stop being helpful. Okay, well. Uh, so this is 0, goes to 1, and 1 goes to 1. So we want 1 to be greater than 1 and 1 to be greater than 2, and then 3 goes to 3. Is that what we're saying? Oh, because, well, that's still... Oh, that's right. This is an object. So that goes to that. That goes to that. Oh, right. Again, an object. Okay, so up here, if we go object array 11113, we go object array 123. What do we get? Right, so this 3 becomes fine, and this becomes the problem. So we are saying then two needs to be made greater than 2, and then we have standard class. And we're saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1 equals 1, and that needs to be made greater than, and 1 equals 2, and then we have 3 equals 3. We're saying that needs to be made greater than those. And then 3 becomes fine here. Oh, this is a 2. Okay. So I'm convinced this is working. And let's stick this comparison into greater equal. Which one is this one? Test array less than array. Okay, so now in this case, 1 is all right. And 2 is all right. And also, that is all right. But that is no good. We're saying that needs to be made greater than that. And then this becomes okay. Oh yeah, we need commas there because they are in an array, and I actually need to close that array. Okay. So that's a little crazy, but it gives me confidence that that's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So now let's see what we have going on. Test longer array. Or we have test array greater than array. Oops, I didn't want to delete those, but what happens if we just swap these? So this is strictly less, so so 1 needs to be made greater than 1. Then we have a new array. And actually 2 needs to be made, yeah, less than 2. Then we have a standard class. Where 1 needs to be made greater than that, and also that needs to be made greater than that, and then 3 is okay. And then I guess 500 is okay. What was my original comparison here? I can't really remember. I guess 500 is okay, and 10 is okay. And 5 and 2 are okay. All right, this is 2 needs to be made. And then right, okay, and then the same thing in So let's just snarf this up. So this 1 is okay. This 2 is okay. That 0 is okay. That's not okay. And I don't need that extra parentheses. Nor that extra opening array. Yeah, it does. Well, I can't really say anything because of the trees, but it does not look good down there. All right. I'm feeling pretty good about my tests here. Let me check my to-do list. I do have one thing I want to check. In fact, let's just do that right away. So what I was interested in is, I believe, when one, so let's do one. This one equals new boo 1 2, and then here we go with this mess again. All right, so first thing to do is okay, so this is what happens when, essentially with a loose comparison, I believe, of PHP, it checks if the so if we were going to do 1 versus comparing 1 to 2, it checks to see if the class types are the same. And then essentially, I think, casts it to an array that looks like this, and then does like a standard array, excuse me, a standard array comparison. So then the question becomes then, so if that is the case, right, 0 or O sorts before T. So, oops. So we're going to have 1 goes to, say, 1, and 2 goes to 2. And so if we care about element order, we're basically going to be comparing 1 and 2. Well, actually, we're saying 2 and 1. And actually, let's just make this let's just try and make this simple on ourselves. And put the whole point of this is to put B first. All right, so B and A. So that's an element. So if we're going to compare to element order is what matters, then we're going to get 1 and 2. Otherwise, we're going to get 2 and 1. So if we pass in, we just swap these, and element order matters, and is 1 and 2 going to be greater than 2 and 1? And that is going to be 1 is less than 2, true. Otherwise, if key order matters, then we're going to get 1, 2, because A comes first. And that is going to be, it's 2 less than 1? No, that's false. So let's compare 1 less than 2. Well, because, and I think this is going to be, I expect this might be false. Yes. So property order does not matter. Which is good, because A means the engine's consistent, and B, we don't have to special case that. All right. And just to dummy check this, let's make sure 1 is greater than 2. Wait a minute. 1. So are these not comparable? I guess these are actually non-comparable, which is not what I was expecting. So too bad I deleted my compare function. If A less than B, echo A is less, else if A greater than B, echo A is greater, else if A does not equal B, echo A and B are incomparable, else, let me guess, eval, you're going to throw another, oh, it didn't. Oh, it did. A equals B. Gosh. Oh, and I suppose it would help if I... Yeah. Oh, and also, I suppose it would help if I ran the test I wanted to run. Oh, boy. Okay, no, so it... And then if I do 2 and 1... Okay. Right, that's exactly what we expect. We expect um, we're expecting property orders. So we're expecting 2, 1. So in this case, so if we pass in 1 and 2, we expect 1 to be greater, or A to be greater. If we swap that, we expect A to be less. Okay. All right, that looks to be consistent. So I think at this point I'll actually commit, and I may take a break here, because now how long have I been going? Close to 5 hours, and I don't know, I may jump back on later, because I really kind of wanted to finish this, but let me just take a look at this. I am satisfied with the performance, or not the performance, but the behavior of the diff algorithm. So at this point, it's just cleaning up that variable formatting. In fact, I'm quite happy with how this turned out, to be honest with you. I think we have very lovely, very friendly, very beautiful diffs. Oh no. Okay, well, yeah, I need to get some food in me because my stomach's starting to grumble. So I'm gonna knock off, and I don't know. I guess I may hop back on. Guess we'll see what happens. If I stream, if I stream. If not, I'll leave it to tomorrow. But I'm gonna call that for now. Basin, I don't know if you're still in chat, or maybe you're still in chat, but you've fallen asleep in bed. But for anybody lurking or hanging out in chat, or maybe watching the VOD afterwards, whoever, whenever, wherever you are, I thank you for joining me, and I bid you peace.